All right, good morning, happy Monday, all that good stuff. Why my camera is like okay. Um Today it's the beginning of the week. It's also the end of the month. So trying to get myself organized. After I'm pretty it's worth me stopping and putting some time into my planning for the week. So I need to look at my planner, um, figure out what I'm going to do for this week. We're nearing the end of the month, and let's see, what's today? Why? Okay. It is so the 30th is tomorrow. I mean, the 31st is tomorrow. Yeah. So I'm going to first start out by planning out my week slash I'm going to do November plan because basically at this point it's going to get busy in November and probably for the foreseeable future, which is definitely a good thing. So I have quite a few things coming up actually because I have to make sure I'm getting ready for the content that is coming in November, which is Python. We're going to be doing machine learning for November, so I'm excited. Zoolander, welcome in. Uh, Camera is like all out of focus. Hey, don't look at anything else. Look at me. Okay, sure. This camera does not like. It's really finicky lately. It's like trying to focus on the TV. But anyways, oh, okay. Maybe I can be a little bit in focus. Am I like? I don't know what's up with this camera, but anyways, yeah. So for November, I'm actually gonna change out the background here. I think I need to make a graphic like this one, like a full vertical graphic for November. And I'll probably post that. So, yeah, November we're going to be doing Python and machine learning AI stuff as far as the workshops that I'm going to be hosting. And then I'm sup- I'm planning to move on the 15th of November. So that's a whole nother thing that's going to be going on in the background. I have a teaching assignment starting on November 20th. And yeah, those are the things off the top of my head that are kind of major. So I definitely want to start focusing in on getting myself organized and I want to start looking at the content for 2024 as well. So that's important. So, anyways, it's Monday. So I'm going to start with my planning session. Maybe I'll give myself like an hour. I've been doing 55-minute Pomodoros and I like those. So maybe I'll give myself like that first Pomodoro just to get all of my plans laid out, at least get my planner filled in for the next month or two. The good thing is I already went ahead and the camera is tripping. Yeah, the camera is funny. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna figure that out later. Uh yeah, I did make a calendar recently, which is in it's like in Google Sheets right now. So I did make that calendar recently that actually outlines everything, all the streams for the rest of the year. So then I just need to kind of get stuff in my planner for my like day-to-day breakdowns. And then yeah, I do want to start planning for 2024, but today I'm not going to go into 2024 planning. Today I'm going to try to focus on ending Hacktoberfest strong slash getting my blog together. And one of the things I'm missing from my blog right now is I'm working on the theme. So I'm doing the theme as an open source project. So that's really what I'm going to be digging into today and tomorrow. And then I want to do at least one contribution for Project Ricotta. I have to get everything up and running for Project Ricotta, and that's been on my to-do list because I actually wanted to make a video that would help folks that are onboarding to the project. So I think between those two things, if I can get the basics of my blog project launched and if I can get at least the full setup of Project Ricotta going, so I can start making some content around that, those would be good for today and tomorrow goals. Actually going into Wednesday. I didn't pick a topic for the Thursday podcast yet. Since we're going into machine learning this month, I'll probably talk about machine learning. It has been on my heart to talk about how I believe that there are certain traits and characteristics that are common mindsets and practices within the software development industry that I think are very inappropriate or can cause issues if you're trying to switch over into machine learning, and what mindset shifts are important for that. So I'll probably actually finally just do that, have that conversation on Thursday. So I think that's my plan. And then we'll start off November strong. So we'll do machine learning with fast.ai, and then we'll do what else are we gonna do? Also, good morning, Miss Sci Nerd. My bad. I did see you here. Welcome in. Happy Monday. So yeah, we will do we'll do machine learning with fast.ai. So using an API essentially. Using the library, I should say, in order to create models and train the models that we want. Then we'll do deployment and creating a user interface, and we'll use Gradio and Hugging Face for that. So that's going to be the second workshop. Those are the main things right now, and then some Python content should be helpful as well. So I'm excited. November, but we got to finish October strong. We still got 2 more days in October, so we out here. I'm kind of excited because I'm a nerd, and here, let me swap my keyboard over before I swap to my other computer. But yeah, I'm kind of excited because we finally got widgets on Mac, and I don't know, I actually just updated my Mac OS yesterday, I want to say. So I went ahead and started like putting together some of my widgets that I think would be helpful, and the contribution graph is on here as a widget. So I thought maybe putting my contribution graph right here front and center would actually be very helpful for me, and kind of keeping that top of mind. And then there's also a widget for pull requests that you're responsible for. So yeah, I have these things top of mind now. They're right in my face. But then I also just pulled some widgets that either I typically have on my phone, or I did pull the news widget down because I keep the news widget. I usually check in on the news widget, but right now widgets were only in our this little hidden menu. So I like to see the headlines that pop up here. I typically here we go already. I typically what was I gonna say? That caught me off guard. I hope that this is gonna open in the right window. That's my goal. I typically click on at least one of these stories, at least a few stories a week. Honestly, I click on one every other day probably. So I like when it's like right front and center like that, because just like I just saw, I was just talking about how Anthropic was getting funding from Amazon. I think that was like the last month's TrainX.ai. We were talking about that, and now first thing I see is first thing I pretty much see is Google is investing in Anthropic. Okay, so I'm definitely going to be reading this. Oh, it's not really that long, so maybe let's just read what they're talking about. Google is investing $2 billion into Anthropic, which is a rival to OpenAI. I believe the team from Anthropic originally worked for OpenAI. So Google has agreed to invest up to $2 billion into Anthropic, a San Francisco-based generative AI startup that recently secured $4 billion from Amazon. Yep, that's what we were talking about. Why it matters: not only does this escalate big tech's proxy fight over the industry's next big platform shift, but also comes on the same day that the Biden administration unveiled an aggressive executive order on artificial intelligence. Yet again, another thing I need to read. Because y'all know, or you may not know, but I do follow AI and ML is my area of study right now. That's what I'm transitioning towards, and so I do also keep up with the industry. I should say the regulations around it. We've watched some live streams from political hearings and things like that that are related to AI in the US. So I'm gonna read this probably. Okay, Google's investment includes $500 million upfront. In April, it invested hundreds of millions into Anthropic for what was then a 10% stake. These deals often include cloud services in lieu of actual cash. Yeah, because training models is expensive. Other investors include Salesforce Ventures, Zoom Ventures, Spark Capital, and embattled FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, or Freed. So, per CNBC, quote, Anthropic is the developer of Claude 2, a rival chatbot to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Claude 2 has the ability to summarize about 75,000 words, which could be the length of a book. Users can input large data sets and ask for summaries in the form. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, so users can input large data sets and ask for summaries in the form of a memo, letter, or story. ChatGPT, by contrast, can handle about 3,000 words. So I haven't spent much time with Anthropic, so that's some interesting news. $2 billion, good grief. Yeah, and the $2 billion is only, Amazon just gave 4. They just committed $4 billion. That was like a couple weeks ago. But what's interesting, they called out a couple things. They called out Salesforce Ventures, Zoom Ventures, Spark Capital. I have to look into because they sound very familiar to me. But yeah, because you got Zoom on here, which obviously Zoom is pretty much known right now for their meeting software. Salesforce is a big one too. So that's very interesting. And this kind of makes me think about something too that I've kind of been thinking about it, but like it just makes me feel like right now, I think one of the things that I'm going to do differently about starting my day is I'm going to read some headlines when I start my day, because it's hard to keep up with all this AI news, and I want to be a little bit more strategic about it. So yeah, I'm a work in progress, so maybe I'll actually open up because when I start streaming, that's typically when I actually start my work day. So this is a good way to open up my day. I want to read about. We already read about the $4 billion from Amazon. We already talked about that, but yeah, Amazon investing $4 billion. I need to read the executive order. I saw that came out, but I didn't actually read it yet. We have to try Claude, by the way, because I haven't tried Claude before. Biden's aggressive AI order will make firms share some test data. The Biden administration's long-awaited executive order, because I just heard, like, I feel like what I saw is people were like, oh, it's supposed to be aggressive, but it's not really that aggressive, or something like that. The Biden administration's long. Can I like make this bigger? No. Yeah. Okay. Kind of. It's more so. Is there another view for this? Like, come on. I love Apple products, but it be like the hardware, the software and services, they kind of are like an afterthought a lot of times. Right? So I can restrict stories. I can automatically down stories. I can sync my sports. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, not that I'm opposed to sports, because I actually love sports, but like that's one of the only things they really, really hype up, probably because they can make money off of it. But I want to be able to get rid of these white bars, because this is like more ideal for the mobile view. It's only so wide. There's no reader view. Not that I can see so far. So it's pretty much, I think these bars are here because it's optimized for mobile. How long is this story? I do like Apple News right now though, because like it's convenient, but it's just, come on now. Like, moving over to my computer should not be an issue. The Biden administration's long-awaited executive order on artificial intelligence, which I will actually go into the real deal. As far as like direct source, what I'm going to go to the order directly. The Biden administration's long-awaited executive order on artificial intelligence will require developers of the most powerful AI systems to share critical testing information with the government. So what's happening? President Biden is expected to sign the AI executive order Monday afternoon at a White House event. Oh, today or next week? Why it matters. A White House fact sheet on the order outlines the steps companies and the government will be directed to take to foster responsible AI, partly by requiring developers to share the kind of internal testing information that's usually kept private. Grab the URL. Open it in links. Have you tried to open Mac links in the terminal? News links? At a White House event. Okay, why it matters. A White House fact sheet on the order outlines the steps companies and the government will be directed to take. It's a significant transparency boosting step that may not be welcomed by the secretive industry, and the order comes as Congress holds insight forums with AI experts to help form legislation, and White House officials are about to take part in a UK AI summit this week. I want to hear about this part. Now, who wrote this? Because like, whose opinion is it that the industry won't accept this move when it's the industry that's pushing for regulation? And also, I have to read the order, but it's like, if y'all sharing test data, it's not where the secret sauce is. At all. Like, all right, I'm gonna read it so I can understand what they're saying, because they will have to be sharing a lot more than just data in order for it to matter. And also, they didn't say, it's not saying that they have to share it with other competitors, is it? The order comes as Congress holds insight forums with AI experts to help form legislation, and White House officials are about to take part in the UK AI summit. So yeah, we watched some of the initial hearings, House and Senate. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Bruce Reed said Biden is rolling out the strongest set of actions any government in the world has ever taken on AI safety, security, and trust. That is possibly true, but also, like, come on, we at the beginning. Like, anything that anybody does is like the most at this point. It's the next step in an aggressive strategy to do everything on all fronts to harness the benefits of AI and mitigate the risks. Details: companies developing models that pose serious risks to public health and safety, the economy, or national security will have to notify the federal government when training the model and share results of red team safety tests before making models public. Like, yes, that makes sense, but it's like, why? So that's why I think it's interesting that someone's like, oh, maybe the industry is gonna be uncomfortable with this, and it's like y'all not making them share it publicly. So why would they care? Like, whoever has to review that data has to be under some type of what's the word? Uh Non-disclosure, right? The provision would apply to future models that go beyond the specific compute power threshold. Oh, that's a that's that's a wiggle, nice little gray area right there. Um, and would not lead to any restrictions or removal of existing AI tools in the marketplace. The provision goes beyond. Now that's not. I don't think that's fair, but okay. The provision goes beyond voluntary commitments that the White House garnered from AI companies and requires notification in accordance with the Defense Production Act. A senior administration official said the DPA enforcement mechanism was not previewed for industry, and it remains to be seen how companies will react. Ahead of the 2024 elections, the administration is also tackling deep fakes by instructing the Commerce Department to develop guidance for content authorization and watermarking. Federal agencies will use the content authentication tools and watermarking to make it easy for Americans to know that government communication is authentic. The industry is vague, right? Haven't looked, but I bet the regulation mostly preserves the advantages that the front runners now have. Like the proposed 6-month pause. How the heck are they going to decide what's a threat to national security? Who at the government do they notify? Yeah, there's a lot of questions. To go back though, I mean, I know how to grab the link from news articles. It's just, I mean, I don't know what link is as far as a terminal utility. But these links, like, they're not web links. They specifically pull up pages in the news app, so it might have some data behind it that's, you know, standard, but I'm not sure exactly what all is fed back in. These aren't web sources, so that's why I was asking if you've like tried those links before. The way to get a link to a news story in Mac is to share it. If you go and share, you can copy a link that way. But if you open a link, like I have opened them, because I've used links and put them inside of Obsidian for like research and stuff, but they open back up in news. I haven't seen, like, I don't know. So anyways, that's just a random thought, but yeah, this is very interesting in general because do not disturb. I'm trying to work. Do not disturb. I just don't. My issue with what they said as far as like, oh, the industry might not like this. Like, this is, you're just saying that. At the end of the day, it is folks that are the leaders in the AI industry, regardless of how you want to define industry, that are the ones that are pushing for government to actually do something about the regulations around what's happening. It wasn't government officials that decided to start that conversation and push for those hearings. It was the push from the industry side. So I don't like this narrative that's just like, oh, they might, like, it's a false narrative, just trying to make it seem like the industry doesn't want to, it's so quote unquote secretive that this is going to cause any harm. And at the end of the day, like, it's also weird to even say that, because again, if it's sharing something with a industry, with a government representative that is about regulation and safety testing, it's not a threat to any type of secrets that you have. because those individuals that are testing the system should be under some type of non-disclosure. So at the end of the day, like, this is already happening in multiple industries. It doesn't endanger it doesn't necessarily endanger uh the industry secret, so to speak. So this is just like, what, like, I don't know. That's probably a whole not a side note, but I don't like that because people are kind of making it seem like it's a one side or the other thing, and that's not even the state that we're in right now. Just like making drama for no reason, making it sound like it's gonna be dramatic. It's the entrenched players. What do you mean? I think they said right here the provision would apply to future models, but would not lead to restrictions or removal of existing tools in the marketplace. So that's weird. Just because they beat me to market, that means that I have to go through more restrictions and requirements than those tools that are already in the market. That doesn't make sense. Um, you can't have regulated and unregulated all in the same space. That defeats the purpose. um, Even if it is that moving forward they have to go through those restrictions, it should still be, you should still have to you should still have some type of oversight into things that are still already affecting the public if it matters that much. um this is what I was talking about. So they said that the provision goes beyond voluntary commitments that the White House garnered from AI companies, right? So yeah, in one second, in one bullet point, you're like, oh, that industry's so secretive, this may be an issue, this transparency might cause an issue. And then on the other side, like two paragraphs later, you call out the fact that a lot of AI companies made voluntary commitments to be open and disclose whatever needs to be disclosed in order for AI to be done in a safe, responsible way. So it's like, don't do that. But that's just the news. Google, OpenAI, etc. They want to pull up the ladder behind them. What about this is giving you that that companies are trying to pull up the ladder? What are you trying to say? That I didn't read any of that from here. Actually, most of the industry now, I would say, is, I mean, they're being realistic. Like, me as an individual person does not have the power, compute power, or monetary resources to train a model in the same way that larger companies do. So like, it's all out there. You can read everybody's research. You can look, you can implement any of these, most of these practices. Like, you can implement a lot of this stuff yourself. It's just not practical. So it's like being like, yeah, the average person can go build a car right now if they wanted to. That don't mean you want them putting cars on the road, and that also don't mean you want them putting people, selling those cars to people. Like, it's still a balance that we're in right now. A lot of the models and stuff like that, it's, the ladder is there, but that mug is high into the sky, bro. Like, you could try climbing it if you want to. I don't think that there's like anything that's saying, hey, let's not. um and the quote unquote larger companies are not the only ones that already have AI products in the marketplace. It's actually way more products in the marketplace from small people, small teams, individuals, solo folks, that rather than the bigger companies. And that's what I'm more concerned about, because my issue with AI right now is that, and we were talking about this last week on the podcast, where it's like, at this point, everybody and their mama at the end of the day can go and quote unquote build an AI product. And without really having the mindset or the practices in place to make sure that whatever models they're training are sound, that they're like actually disclosing to people the potential pitfalls with the models or anything like that. It's anybody can get into it at this point, and that's totally fine. It's just that with it being such a open, in my opinion, it's very open space to get into right now, and we have to be a lot more conscious. Like Google is always going to be put on blast if their model doesn't perform um, in a safe way. But the typical developer that's just throwing apps on the app store, nobody's necessarily looking at them, but that doesn't mean their app can't affect millions and billions of people. So that's my issue. Like part of the purpose is persuading the general public that AI is good and safe. Who was it said, since computers can't be held accountable, computers must never make real world decisions? I mean, yeah, that's the whole point. But the problem, I mean, we're not talking about the public right now. The public, I mean, honestly, most people, I won't say most people, but a lot of people don't even bother to see what the heck the technology that they're doing had, like how it works, why it works, what it's doing, what it's not doing. Nobody reads terms of service. Nobody reads user agreements. They just check, 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 and then go into the app. So it's like you don't gotta convince you don't gotta convince people about AI. Nobody's asking the right questions. I mean, that's a problem, but that's the truth of the matter. Like people like, oh, AI avatars, they just start downloading the apps and uploading pictures, and like you didn't really know what they were doing with that data because nobody was actually reading their terms of service, or their user agreements when they was doing that. They just was like, oh, that's cool. So that's just kind of how technology that's how technology is in general with the public a lot of times. Um, but the companies know what they're doing, or they should. They need to. And one of my big one thing that bothers me right now is a lot of people, like I said, the mindsets that we have in software does not translate well over into machine learning. So if you think like, oh, I could just throw something up and get the quote unquote basics working, and then I can iterate on that, it's like, no, it don't work that way in machine learning. Like you should be thoughtful about the data that you have and how the model is performing, and making sure that you have diverse data set. Otherwise your model performance is not going to be diverse, and you're going to find out in the worst way. You're going to find out because of a actual person having it have experiencing the issue. That's a mindset that we definitely have in software that is effective in a lot of ways, but this is this ain't that. But yeah, I mean, I'm all down for. I mean, obviously, I love AI. I care about it. I'm very involved in it. I invested in researching AI, all that. So it's just, I feel like people are making, they're trying to make it seem like there's negative interactions that are going on that are not. Um, and people are making it seem like just because the big companies are quote unquote taking the lead, that doesn't mean that there's not thought being put into it. Because again, like for all intents and purposes, like I understand we all want to have the ability to do anything and everything, and it sucks to be going up against industry giants at any point in time. That being said, like a lot of the AI that we're putting into the marketplace right now, it's a lot more like a car than the typical software that we've been building, in the sense that like right now it's just like, oh, if you decide, oh, I'm going to make a an app that gives you advice on, how to handle, if your child has, like, maybe your child has issues in school and you want to be able to give them, because I worked with a company where the woman that I worked with, the founder that I was working with, she gives advice and helps parents whose students get put on like a I forget what they call the plan. But basically, like, if you ever have any issues in school, if for example they say that they want to put you in a different class, or you have like a quote unquote learning disability or something like that, you actually have a plan that the school is supposed to create for you and work with the parents and things like that. But yeah, like, that's a situation where it's like, in theory, everybody's trying to put AI in everything when you need people to still be there to make the decisions. And that's the same thing that has been recommended from, as far as like some of these large language models and stuff like that. A lot of companies are like, yeah, I think Microsoft did the state of GPT earlier this year, and they're like, you shouldn't be training. I'm not going to say they said you shouldn't, but they were like, instead of trying to train your own LLM, in which you don't have the data or the computing power to do effectively, use a base model LLM wherever you choose to get that LLM from, using a base model, and then pre-training or fine-tuning over that is going to give you a much more like thoroughly developed model than just being like, yeah, me as a single person is just going to try to go out and make another GPT. Like, that's not gonna happen. You said 504 plan. Yeah, IEP is the term I was looking for. But yeah, so the woman that I was working with, she was a founder, but that's a service that she provides, like helping parents understand their IEP and being able to effectively transition their kids. But then it's like, you'll have a person come up and be like, oh, I want to have an AI that does that, and it's like, do you though? Because the moment your AI fucks up, it's not just like, oh, this app didn't work. It's like you're giving parental guidance to folks that don't know otherwise how to handle that process, and you're not even thinking about that part. All you thinking about is AI is cool, AI is going to give me funding, AI is the buzzwords in the market right now. Like, we can't do that. We can't do that. Okay, so it says federal agencies will use the content authentication tools and watermarking to make it easy. I think that this is helpful. Watermarking companies like Adobe have been advocating for federal standards around watermarking AI generated content, and lawmakers have introduced bills to protect artists from AI generated copies of their work. I have to look into it because we haven't had the conversation, or I haven't seen solutions around the equivalent of watermarking for text, because that's a big thing. Here's a breakdown of other areas included in the order beyond safety and security. Privacy. The government will prioritize supporting the development of privacy tools using cutting-edge AI systems. A research coordination network will be funded to strengthen privacy tools like cryptography tools. Privacy guidance for federal agencies using information from data brokers, particularly personally identifiable data, will be strengthened. Equity and civil rights. Landlords, federal benefits, program managers, and federal contractors will be given guidance to keep algorithms from being used to exacerbate discrimination. The Justice Department and federal civil rights offices will be trained on will be trained on best practices for investigating and prosecuting AI civil rights violations. Best practices on the use of AI in sentencing, parole and probation, pretrial release and detention, risk assessment, surveillance, crime forecasting, and predictive policing, and forensic analysis will be developed. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we should care about right now. Innovation and competition. Small developers and entrepreneurs will be provided technical assistance and resources to commercialize AI, and the Federal Trade Commission will be encouraged to exercise its authorities to promote competition. Visa criteria, interviews, and reviews will be modernized and streamlined to encourage high-skilled immigrant and non-immigrants with expertise in critical areas to study, stay, and work in the U.S. What they're saying, I think the breadth of the executive order is a recognition of the fact that AI policy is like running a decathlon, and there's 10 different events here, and we don't have the luxury of just picking of saying we're just going to do safety, or we're just going to do equity, or we're just going to do privacy. We have to do all of these things, a senior administration official said. Yes, but the Biden administration recognizes executive orders can't replace legislation and continues to call on Congress to pass a law governing AI safety. Go deeper. Biden administration announces new restrictions on exporting chips. Ooh, yeah, okay. But then that's gonna go both ways. A robust set of templates will probably help with IEPs, help teachers, and help parents. But making the templates comprehensive and robust is a lot of work. If AI can help with that, and we could verify that it got things right, like that's how it's supposed to work. But that's not what people do, and that's also what was recommended as far as from the industry, like using that LLM example. Not only did they talk about the training side, but they also talked about what safe rollout looks like. And a lot of AI rollout right now, probably the majority of AI rollout right now, should be human monitored systems, basically. So that's like an example of a human monitored system, but that's not what people want to do. That's my thing. So you'll have, like, I've just seen this so many times, like the somebody who says they're going to build AI features into their application that does not have any type of technical background, or they really don't understand artificial intelligence or machine learning at all. Like, not saying you got to be an expert, but like the person. So prime example, if I give the example of the company I'm talking about, the woman who is actually running that company, and she's doing that as a manual process, she understands that process. She's actually been through that process with her child, etc., right? But the person who's going to come up with an AI version of that app is not going to be her. The person who's going to come up with an AI version of that app is going to be a random ass person that never had a kid on the IEP, that probably don't even have kids, that is not an educator. They never worked in the system. They just come up with an idea and they're like, oh, AI can solve that. But they have no expertise that actually allows them to even potentially be someone that can like facilitate that human oversight that's needed. So that's where I struggle with. I promise, like, every time I hear somebody say, oh, this company has an AI product or AI idea, and then I'm like, what's their background? Nothing to do with anything that they do. They just coming up with stuff. But because of the tools that we have right now, it's possible to just jump into it and not have any type of expertise in what you're doing. And that can cause real harm. That's the thing that I am most concerned about. How are they going to watermark text? Yeah, that hasn't been discussed at all. All watermarking right now, watermarking is an idea for video and um video and photos, which works very effectively. Like, you might not notice it, but if you download, say like you use Midjourney, and this has been around for a while, even before they started talking about it. But if you use Midjourney, and I think it's Midjourney, if you download an image from there. No, actually, I think the images I'm thinking about were from Dolly. I had some images that I downloaded from Dolly like a while ago, but you will notice if you actually open up the image, it has a description, and the description of the image is the literal exact prompt that was used to create the image. But then you also obviously have like physical watermarks that you can do, but it's a lot you can do with the photos and the videos. So when they said they're going to do watermarking, they're talking about deep fakes. That's the solution for deep fakes right now. If they come up with a way to sue AI companies for civil rights violations by their government customers, they actually be good. That's I don't agree with that. If you sue the AI company for civil rights violations by their customer, the person, the company, all that's gonna do is prevent the AI companies from actually letting anybody use their models. Like, the actual government customers that are the ones who are on the implementation end, that's their responsibility, and that's already kind of started to get established. That precedent is already started to get established. Make a bad algo, pay a penalty. It's not about bad algorithms. Like, you're bypassing the company. This is the precedent that's starting to get set. I'm not saying AI companies shouldn't be responsible, but what I'm saying is, if I'm the company that's actually implementing some software and I'm doing that blindly, first of all, which is what a lot of people are doing, which is exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of people are doing that blindly. Like, oh, I'm just going to put an interface over ChatGPT. You have no fucking idea how ChatGPT works, but you just going to start using it, and you're not even doing your due diligence as a company. You're in the middle. You're the one that's using that software. Like, if I crash a car, Ford's not going to get sued. I'm going to get sued. Now, if there was, like you said, yeah, bad algorithm is one thing. Like, all of my systems failing in my car crashes, obviously that's a an issue with the manufacturer or the the original company. But this is more about people crashing cars than the actual cars themselves being faulty. Now, at the end of the day, it's like, who's going to be responsible? We don't know. But the precedent that's starting to get set is, you can't blame the AI company for, you can't blame them for everything, basically. So, like, copyright infringement. Say if I go and I'm the one who generates a prompt that says, I want you to write me a song that's just like a Drake song. But then if I put it out there, how am I going to let that AI company get sued when I knowingly was the one who was like, yeah, I want to generate this song that's based off of a artist. I know I'm violating copyright law by attempting to replicate that. And then I'm going to sell my product. But then when the issue arises, then it's going to be the company that has to be responsible for it. Just like with YouTube, for example. With YouTube, does YouTube have to take responsibility for every video that's put onto their platform? If so, we wouldn't have YouTube. Because it's millions of people that can upload any video at any given time. There's some things that YouTube has to do, but it's like when you get to a point where they're responsible for everything, that just makes it less possible for those like middle ground folks to even be able to take advantage of those services. Like if YouTube could literally get sued off everything that was posted on YouTube, we wouldn't be able to post on YouTube. It would be like a very exclusive thing. Don't want a penalty, don't make a bad algorithm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Same thing. Bad. It's bad on both sides, but either way, if the way that they're addressing the AI companies is that AI companies are not allowed to release models without oversight. But so you're already trying to hold them responsible. If they're going to release something that's saying, oh, we're going to sue the AI companies for their models, like, what about the people who are actually using it? You know what I mean? Like, you can't just skip over them, because that's where the responsibility lies. The big companies already know that. They already understand that. Like I said, they're always in the limelight. If something goes wrong with ChatGPT, the whole world's gonna know. But I don't know what's going on with some of these. Everybody want to put AI in their app and they don't know nothing about what they're doing, and that is scary. Copyright is so badly broken. Yeah. YouTube and company have an exemption that lets them be not publishers. Yeah, but what I'm saying about the companies and algorithm makers is, for one, AI is not algorithms. AI is training, it's data, it's a whole system. So, prime example, you can use a very highly efficient model for an unintended purpose. That doesn't make it a bad quote unquote algorithm. That makes it ill applied. Like, don't put your bike on the freeway. You on a bicycle, you're not gonna ride your bicycle on the freeway. You know what I mean? Like, in that sense. So when you start thinking about, see, like, I don't understand. Why do I have to see stuff like this on my freaking feed? Oh my gosh. It's like, I can't even scroll. Y'all got booty cheeks on my news feed. But yeah, I think people should be held responsible in their own ways, because like I said, that's like me being like, oh, you know what? I brushed my 1-year-old's teeth with like an adult hard bristle toothbrush, and now his gums are all like bleeding and scratched up. Is that Colgate's responsibility, or is that my responsibility that I didn't buy him a kid toothbrush? Like, I don't know. Obviously I have an opinion on that, because at the end of the day, people always shift and blame. The AI companies, if they already have to uphold their standards and what they're testing for, you cannot make a model that's optimized for everything. You literally cannot. So I would like to see more. I would like to see a lot of the burden go on to the individual, right? If you go back to using YouTube as a example, if individual people did not get held responsible for the videos they post on YouTube, they're just gonna post whatever the fuck they want. They're no matter what it means, what's happening, they're just gonna post everything. So we shall see how this translates into our world, but Their AI predicted there's at least a 5% chance. I wouldn't say that that's their AI. That's just, I don't like the new. I mean, the news app is cool, but it's very restrictive. It's like you can see what they want to push. Um, yeah, you can see which areas they want to push. Like they want to push sports. They push like headline news, like standard typical headline news. Um, I have to actually favorite the stuff I want to see. Like there's no way for me to go and say like here's today. I can't filter all this shit out of my today. I can't decide like today for me is only the things that I follow. I have to literally look at this like the front of a newspaper. I gotta like I can't I can't control a lot of this stuff, and I don't like that, but it still is convenient, so I use it. Ground news. I've never used ground news. I'm not particularly like looking for a specific news resource. It's just I like having like having some like just some headlines pop up that's center of mind that kind of gives me a reminder if I don't choose to go and look into it for the day. So I just take advantage of Apple News being right there. But I have specific, specific news sources that I'll always go to when I take the time to do that. Preacher, welcome in. I'm doing good. I'm hungry actually. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't ate my breakfast yet, and it's like 12:45. My breakfast is still sitting here. But how's it going? You been lurking? I'm sure you always around. Have you been able to work on the projects you were saying you had to finish last week? $2 billion, yeah. Anthropic. So we gotta. There's two tools that I have to work on. I have to spend some time with Claude, and that was part of the Amazon partnership. Amazon was saying that they were Claude. I think the Claude model is going to be provided on what's Amazon's platform called. They have like an AI platform where you can use different models. Okay, you submitted your project. All right, getting it going. Um, yeah, so we have to look at Claude, and then the other one that we have to spend some time with, more so for coding, is called Cody. Cody is from SourceGraph. Oh, and this works in the IDE. Cause I was going to set up. What was I going to set up last time? I was thinking about setting up Copilot. Is it Copilot? I think it's Copilot. But then I'm like, I'm not about to pay for Copilot. I already pay. I'm not about to pay for Copilot. But yeah, Friday. I didn't get everything done that I wanted to get done. But I started a new Notion space for our team, and then I also started the tech spec for the conversion that I'm doing right now. So I'm definitely gonna put some more time into this because I didn't end up working on it on Saturday, so I'm gonna put some more time into this week. But I want to prioritize on my non um, dedicated days, I want to prioritize my projects. So this is the main ones we care about right now is the ghost theme. And I don't have it on here, I don't think, but Project Ricotta. I need to put something on here for Project Ricotta, actually. So it's gonna be these two I care about the most right now. The music caught me off guard. It sounded like, I don't know the sound. It sounded like it was coming from outside of my headphones. If that makes sense. All right. So we're gonna work on this, the custom theme, and then we shall see. I might set up Cody and use Cody as a I want to test it out. Free forever for individual devs on public and private code with a generous rate limit. All right, so we're going to do this as well. Now, Claude is more like ChatGPT. However, they have an acceptable use policy. See this kind of stuff right here, like no abusive or fraudulent content. No use for child exploitation or abuse. No deceptive or misleading content. No illegal or highly regulated goods or services content. Psychologically or emotionally harmful. Explicit, violent, hateful, threatening, and prohibited business cases like political campaigning, covertly tracking, targeting, or surveilling, social scoring, criminal justice decisions. Yeah, so automated determination of employment or housing. No law enforcement applications at all. And then look at this. If your business is using or deploying our tools and services as part of providing legal, medical, or financial advice to consumers, we require that you implement the additional safety measures listed below. So you must have human in the loop. Any content that is provided to your consumers must be reviewed by a qualified professional in that field prior to dissemination. Your business is responsible for the accuracy and appropriateness of that information. Disclosure: you must disclose to your customers that you are using our services to help inform your decisions or recommendations. And they also say if your business is deploying this as an automated system, for example, a chatbot, you have to disclose to your users that they're interacting with an AI system. Ghost theme is not for Halloween. Ghost is an actual content management system. Ghost CMS. This is what I use for my website right now. So yeah, that's very... Jeez, y'all don't need everything. Christmas trees are starting to be advertised. We haven't even had Thanksgiving. We haven't even had Halloween. All right, so it's on now. What do you get out of Pro? So yeah, with Ghost, I use the managed service, which is very convenient, but also supports their development. But yeah, you can definitely just use it's open source. You can use it and deploy. I like Ghost because it manages the blog. Basically, I can manage my blog, my newsletter, and a membership service all in one platform. Baby. Baby. You okay? Very convenient. Cause it's very nice. I like it so far. Surprisingly, there are quite a few developers that make themes as well. If you like wanna just like buy a theme. All right, I'm gonna get baby boy a bottle really quick, and I'm gonna heat this up. Thanks for chatting. Feel free to pop back in. I'm trying to find the source. It's this one. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. This way we have our Pomodoro timer on here somewhere so y'all can actually see it. Okay, so I'm going to put it on a stop. All right, I want a break of I don't understand. Oh, okay, so this is how many timers I want. This is how I don't know what that is. Is that the long break? This is a short break, I guess. Okay. Let me heat my food up and get him a bottle. This boy. I'm cracking up. At what point did my at what point did my camera freeze? My camera froze. I don't know what's wrong with it. Oh my goodness. Angel Cake, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm looking like it looked like I'm real intently focused on something. Why is it like that? I, I don't know what happened. I've been stuck for a while. Yeah, it's like you're probably like, dang, she real focused. We can hang out. We can hang out in this view for a while. It just looked like the whole time I was on break, it just looked like I was real focused. I be one of those people. It's like one of those people that's on Zoom. Have y'all ever seen somebody on Zoom and they like literally it's just a picture of them? It's not even really them, but they make it seem like they use. Yeah, it looked like it's somebody sitting at the camera. Oh man, that's hilarious. I don't know why it's doing that though. Cause it's not just the camera, it's the scene. The software won't let it go. This is why I need a new PC. All right, well, let's go. We can hang out in co-working mode, I guess. Anyways, I hope you're having a good afternoon, Angel. It is 1 o'clock for me right now. It's 1:12, so I'm tired. I can't lie. I took a Benadryl because my allergies been acting crazy, and I just did not feel like having to struggle through that. Like, you know, when I'm not on camera, it's like the whole day I'm just blowing my nose constantly. But you don't want to really be blowing your nose on stream. So I was like, let me just go ahead and take my allergy medicine. I don't even have a top for my breakfast, so I'm clearly not finishing. I got my protein shake. It's like it's a coffee one, so it's like, I think it's a latte. The flavor is like a latte or something, but it's a coffee flavor. It's a coffee one, so it is actually caffeine in it. But then it tastes best whenever I mix it with some coffee. So I usually mix it with cold brew. Or in the case of today, it was some leftover cold brew from yesterday. So it's like mostly cold brew and then my powder. And I put some more milk in there, the normal amount of milk that I would put in there. So that's my caffeine. That's my coffee for the morning. I want y'all to be able to see what I'm working on though. Let's if that's the case, turn this camera off. Let's try something else. Let's try. This ain't the right one. I guess it is. What I was in the middle of doing before I got so rudely interrupted by my camera and not wanting to do what I wanted to do. Alright, we got our Pomodoro timer. And then I do have air server on here. Yeah, I have air server on this one. So server. Oh, it's too low down to be seen. There you go. Not like y'all can really see that, but it's a work in progress, y'all. It's a work in progress. Making noise. I know y'all can kind of hear him. He's so loud. But I am going to be moving soon. So, baby boy will be living his best life in his room. We'll be able to set my office up. I'm excited. I'm so excited. All right. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm trying to mentally hype myself up right now. Because I'm drowsy, but I don't got time for that. Let's see. What time is it? 1:17. Okay, I'm gonna give myself 3 more minutes and then we going in. This is a good time right now though, actually. I'm gonna hide my screen for a minute because I'm gonna I need to do my plan for the week, so all right. So I have 4 months, but I haven't hardly used any of these days. Matter of fact, let me count because it might not be. Sometimes these don't even have enough pages. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 31. Okay, so it's 31 days in every month. I really could use this. It's 31, but then what I want to do is technically this it's undated, so I can do whatever I want, but these are daily pages instead of weeklies. The first month started in October, but I didn't excuse me, I didn't use that many pages in October. So I think I'm gonna repurpose this and make this November. So I'll get November, December, January, and February. Next year, February. Is next year a leap year? I think so. Yeah, so, but still, February has 29 days, which means I get at least 2 extra pages. I have 2 pages of buffer. And then November is a page of buffer. So I might run short on some pages, but in general, I should be good. Wish I hadn't wasted this page. Excuse me. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm making this November. Where's my stickers that go to this? Oh, here it is. Dang, they didn't even give us like the stickers for the monthly calendar. So November. I'm trying out this new layout in my planner. Excuse me. And this should take me into the new year, so I will figure out how much I like it. But so far, I think it will be very helpful. It's a daily layout. I use Happy Planner, which I really like. They have all different types of layouts though. So you can have a lot of different styles of layouts. I can literally pick up like multiple planners right now that are all Happy Planners, but they all have different layouts. The daily layout, I never used this one before. It's literally like an entire sheet dedicated for each day, which for me being as busy as I am, I think is very helpful. But I haven't used this layout before, so it's like just kind of experimenting with it, because it has some sections that you can kind of do with it what you will. Like you have, it's flexible, I would say. So hopefully by the beginning of the year, I will know what kind of planner I want to use for 2024. But what I'll probably end up doing is, matter of fact, let me see. I want to see if Happy Planner has, want to see if they have these extensions. Because I'll probably just end up buying an extension. This boy is just living his best life. So, progress over perfection. Well, let me see if I can find it. The one I have. Planners. Monthly, daily, and hourly layout. This is the one I have right here. Dang, I need to just order some more of these. This one is on sale. I got it on sale too, but I got it at Michael's, I want to say, or Joann's. I think I got it at Joann's. This is how the layout is. So for today, under these bullet points, like you could use that as a checklist, but right now I use the today section. I start at 5 a.m. and I think it's enough slots to go down to 11 a.m. So I can do this as like an hourly breakdown. That's kind of how I'm using that. And then I actually put my tasks under the reminder section, because it's no way in hell I should ever have this many tasks on my to-do list. Um, it seems good in theory, but it's not effective at all. So I put my tasks under reminders, which is dot grid, which is similar to what I typically use. Because I'm like a bullet journal type of person, so I like happy planners because I can have the planner pages, which then I don't have to actually do my layouts manually like I used to do in the past, and then I put dot grid pages in between. And then they have these two sections at the bottom. Excuse me. Right now with these two sections, I write the Bible verse for the day through these two sections, because sometimes it's like so long. But I like the idea of that being like a quote or a verse because of what is important to me right now. And then you have priorities at the top, and then you have your focus area, and then they have a little self-care area as well. So like I like these pages. So this is the actual journal I have at the moment. And so what I would want to do in the new year is get an extension. This is a classic daily extension. I don't love these colors, but these are the same. Yeah, so this is basically that notebook, but without the cover. Hello. There we go. See, like this example has like school-based assignments and stuff like that, but they still use it as a checklist in that case. And these are the covers. So this is the extension. This is what I was looking for. It's exactly what I was looking for. So I can get an extension, and now I can get some bigger rings. Planner, accessories. Extension packs is right here. I probably have some big rings. I gotta go through my stuff. This is another daily though. Let me see. Layouts. I want a daily layout. Wait, the other one definitely said it was daily. So that didn't really help. Yeah, that looks like a daily. Okay. All right, so that's the one I'm gonna get. Okay, so justice. White Too Spectacled, welcome me in. It's going well. Just trying to start the week off right and getting my calendar all set up. But yeah, things are going well. Hope stuff are going is going good with you as well. Um, I'm just working on some projects today, but also making sure I get my week started off right. November is going to be busy, so I'm doing my November schedule right now. I definitely hope you get some rest. I know I understand the being tired, trying to keep catch up with everything. I've been trying to let myself like sleep or nap when I can. When I can, cuz which is like a big deal cuz back in the day I was not that person. Wait. Oh, I guess I did Wednesday. Friday, Sunday, Monday. That 4 minutes or 34 minutes or 24 minutes? Oh, 4 minutes. Okay. All right, I feel like I'm gonna wrap up for today. I just been I don't know. Um I kind of sort of got what I was looking for, but now I mean like I can see my theme. I just can't install it, and that might be because um well, it's not, I don't know exactly why it's not working. It could be that I'm supposed to be running some type of command to build out my theme or whatever the case may be. But at this point, uh, I found one. I found a couple of the resources. It took me a lot of clicking around to find some of the stuff. Excuse me, some of the resources I had originally followed. Like I was looking all over for that symlink command. Finally found that. And then another thing that kind of irks my nerves is I don't know if I came here before. I feel like if I saw this before, I would have remembered seeing this and not have built my whole repo from scratch because excuse me, I was looking for a base theme before I started my repository. So I might end up excuse me, I might end up using this because it's actually a template. So I might end up just doing that. But I really wish I would have found this. And as far as like the development goes, can you stop? Thank you. I do feel like the framework itself is easy to read and understand as far as like, again, I think they say like if you already have experience, then you should be able to pick up building the themes. I agree with that part. But I'm having to rely heavily on experience in order to look for key information. And there's a lot of stuff that's not really called out in the overview or the structure of the theme documentation that I think would have been helpful. Like, excuse me, I was looking all over for where is it? I finally found this body. Like, this is how you inherit from the default template. I was trying to figure out how to do that or how to extend the default template. I had to just look at the code to figure that out. And then I was looking for this right here, which is the body content. Because like if this is the wrapper, then I know I should have some way of pulling in the contents that belongs on that page. So like if index is extending default, then you need a way to say where on the page the content is supposed to go. Excuse me. And this is in the documentation, but like this was not called out, and this was like very hard to find without either looking at the code or just randomly reading every single page of that section. So yeah, I feel like I got a little bit more understood about some of the structure, but I really just want to have like this developer flow working. But I really probably just need to copy or zip up the theme and then just upload it like normal. But I don't want to do it normal. I want to like get it all working with like a nice dev flow so that way I can have a good way of testing my theme as I'm working on it. But every lesson is every experience is a lesson learned, so I feel good about it either way. um so I'm just gonna pick this up tomorrow. I'm just gonna pick it up tomorrow, and in the meantime, it's already getting late and we need to eat dinner. So let's see. Tomorrow is the last day of the month. So the other thing I am going to be doing is finalizing getting something set up so that I can send out like a newsletter about all the November events. But I did get everything set up in my calendar today, so pretty excited about that. So yeah, I appreciate folks hanging out and lurking especially, but I'm gonna go ahead and end it, and I will see y'all tomorrow. See ya, preacher.